Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. Tonight I've decided to put together a selection of my stories that are set in cabins, whether it be a cabin on a stormy night, a cabin in the rain, or sitting in a cabin by a crackling fire. They're all here for you tonight, including some of my hope stories, which I know a lot of you love. Hope being the woman who lives in a cabin and does very little. These stories are all extremely cozy and perfect for falling asleep to. So I really hope you enjoy this extra long collection. But first, let's do the relaxation session, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support of the bed beneath you, or the floor, or whatever you lie upon tonight. And beneath what you lie upon, feel a deeper support. The support of the earth, our home, our constant support. And as you become aware of that support, see if you can sink into this moment a little more now. Just let go. A little more now. 9. You are safe. Allow my voice to be an anchor of safety tonight, to be a friend, to be a gentle guide, a guide that only ever brings you to safe places, to warm and cozy places, to places that enable and support your sleep. Trust that my voice is a friend tonight. 8. Feel into your body now. Notice where you might still be holding tonight. Notice where you may have pain or tingling or tension. Notice anything. Maybe you feel something in your feet or in your lower legs or your thighs or your belly, your chest, shoulders, your neck, your back, arms, hands, Or maybe you're like me and you hold tension in your face. Just see if you can soften a little now. This is a time for kindness to yourself and to your body. Seven. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. But right now, all you have is this moment. Your thoughts can't change what has gone before. Your thoughts can't change what will come tomorrow. Your brain needs rest now. So, as thoughts come and go now, don't fight them. Don't chase them away. See them for what they are. Thoughts. Then just watch them go, like leaves floating away on a moonlit river, or clouds passing through a starlit sky. Six. This is your moment. This is your time. You have earned this moment of kindness to yourself. You deserve to have peace in your life. We all do. So, as you become aware of that fact, as you come to the understanding that we all deserve peace, see if you can settle into this moment a little more now, letting your body know that it's really time for rest. Five. Peace lives within you. It is a constant friend, waiting to be found, waiting to be felt. Where does it live within you? Maybe it's in your heart. Maybe it's in your head. It's up to you to find it. But I promise you it's there. 4. Perhaps allow a little gratitude now. gratitude for the simple things, for your body, for the shelter you have tonight, for the ones you love and who love you, for the beauty and wonder of this world, of this planet, that you can find when you look for it. Three, begin to engage with your imagination now. Begin to see a cozy cabin, a place of safety, a crackling fire, a feeling of being far away from all that you know. 2. Checking in with your body one more time now. Finding the places you are holding still, and allowing yourself to give in, to allow the tension to ease away. Your body has worked hard for you today. It's time to give it rest. And 1, completely letting go now, as I tell you tonight's sleep story. Will stands at the kitchen window of his cabin, a mug of black tea in his hand, and watches the sky darken over the tops of the trees. The clouds have been gathering all morning, slow and heavy, piling on top of one another, like grey blankets stacked high on a shelf. The light has changed too. What was a pale, silvery morning has turned to something deeper, something heavier, and the forest beyond the garden has taken on that particular stillness that Will knows well. The birds have gone quiet. The air feels thick and close. Even the breeze, which was moving gently through the trees an hour ago, has dropped away to nothing, as though the world is holding its breath. A storm is coming. He takes a sip of his tea. It is strong and hot, the way he's always liked it. No milk, no sugar. Just the dark, honest taste of it. And the warmth of the mug feels good in his hands. The mug itself is old, chipped at the rim, the glaze worn thin in places from years of use. He could replace it. He has other mugs on the shelf, this one fits his hand, the way a handshake fits, and he has never seen the point of replacing something that still works. Shep is lying on the kitchen floor behind him, his long collie nose resting on his front paws. His black and white coat soft from the brushing Will gave him this morning. Shep is the calmer of the two dogs, the one who watches and waits, the one who seems to understand the rhythm of Will's days without being told. He rarely moves unless Will moves. He rarely speaks unless something truly needs saying. They are alike in that way. Will sometimes thinks that if he were a dog, he would be very like Shep. Quiet, patient, content to simply be in the same room as the people he loves. Bonnie, on the other hand, is at the back door, her nose pressed to the gap at the bottom, sniffing the air with great concentration. She is a smaller dog, honey-colored, with ears that are slightly too large for her head, and a tail that rarely stops moving. Where Shep is stillness, Bonnie is curiosity. She can feel the change in the weather too, and it has made her restless, her paws clicking softly on the wooden floor as she moves from the door to Will and back again, checking on both, as if making sure that neither the weather nor her person has done anything unexpected while she wasn't looking. "It's all right, girl," Will says, bending down to scratch behind her ear. "Just a bit of weather." Her tail wags, and she leans into his hand, her whole body curving toward him, satisfied for the moment, before returning to her post at the door. The first drops of rain arrive without ceremony. A few dark spots on the porch railing, then a few more, and a few more, until the topping becomes a steady patter, and the world outside begins to blur and soften. The gravel path turns dark. The trees begin to sway, just gently, their upper branches moving in a wind that hasn't reached the ground yet. And the rain settles into a rhythm that fills the cabin with a sound so familiar and so comforting that Will feels his shoulders drop and his breathing slow without any effort at all. He watches the rain for a while. There is no hurry. There is never any hurry. That was the whole point of coming here, years ago now, though sometimes it feels like only yesterday, and sometimes it feels like he has been here forever. He came because he was tired, not the kind of tired that sleep fixes, but the deeper kind, the kind that lives in your bones and your thoughts and the tight place behind your eyes. He had a job and a flat and a life that looked perfectly fine from the outside, but felt on the inside like wearing a coat that didn't fit, too tight in the shoulders, too heavy, too much. But that was then, and this is now. And now the rain is falling, and the kettle is still warm, and his dogs are near him, and the morning asks nothing of him at all. A low rumble of thunder moves across the valley. It is distant and deep, a vibration that travels through the floor and up through the soles of Will's feet and settles somewhere in his chest. Shep lifts his head briefly, listens with his ears turned toward the window, then lowers it again with a slow blink. Bonnie presses herself closer to Will's leg, not quite afraid, but wanting reassurance all the same. He rests his hand on her head, and they stand together, the three of them, listening to the storm find its voice somewhere beyond the hills. Will moves to the fireplace. He laid the fire this morning, an old habit. one of those tasks that he does without thinking, because his body knows the weather before his mind catches up. The kindling is arranged carefully beneath 2 logs, dry bark and thin sticks placed just so, with enough space for the air to move between them. He strikes a match and touches it to the kindling, and watches as the small flame catches, wavers for a moment as though unsure of itself, and then spreads, moving from twig to twig, growing bolder and brighter with each passing second. The dry wood crackles softly as the fire takes hold, and soon the hearth is alive with warmth and flickering amber light that pushes back the grey, filtering through the windows. The sound is immediate and intimate, a soft rushing sound as the flames find their strength. Will adds a larger log, the kind that will burn steadily for hours. He positions it carefully so the air can circulate beneath it, and he watches for a moment, letting the heat reach his face and his hands, feeling the room change around him as the warmth begins to fill it. The rain grows heavier. What was a patter has become a downpour. Will can hear it, water running through the gutters and gurgling as it finds its way into the ground. He can hear it in the trees, a deeper, layered sound. The rain hitting thousands of leaves at once, and through it all, the fire crackles on, steady and warm, a small bright answer to the grey world outside. A bright flash illuminates the sky for just a moment, turning everything briefly white, and a few seconds later, the thunder comes, closer now than before. Bonnie shifts at the sound, pressing closer to the hearth, and Shep opens one eye, but does not move. Will refills his mug from the kettle. The water is still hot enough, and settles into his armchair by the fire. The chair is old and deep, its cushions shaped by years of use into a form that fits him perfectly, the way a riverbed fits a river. Shep follows and lies down beside the chair, his body pressed along the length of it, his warmth against Will's ankle. Bonnie curls into the smaller bed near the hearth, turning once, twice, 3 times, before settling with a sigh that seems to come from somewhere very deep inside her. The fire crackles, the rain falls, the thunder murmurs. The cabin is warm. After a while, Will notices movement outside the window. A small, quick shape on the porch railing, dark against the grey. It's Pip. The little squirrel sits upright, her tail arched over her back like a question mark, her tiny paws held in front of her chest as she surveys the rain with what looks very much like disapproval. She has come, as she always does, to check the small dish that Will leaves on the railing. A few hazelnuts and some sunflower seeds. A habit that began months ago when he first noticed her watching him from the oak tree near the shed. She had been cautious at first, keeping her distance, watching him with bright, dark eyes from the safety of the branches. But slowly, day by day, she had come closer. Now she comes to the railing most mornings, and Will considers her as much a part of his household as the dogs, even if she would disagree. She finds the dish, now filling with rainwater, and picks through it quickly, selecting a hazelnut and holding it in both paws as she eats, turning it with quick, precise movements. Bonnie has spotted her and lifts her head, ears forward. But she has long since learned that chasing Pip is pointless. The squirrel is faster than thought. So Bonnie watches, and Pip eats, and Will watches them both with a quiet amusement that warms him as much as the fire. Pip finishes her nut, shakes the rain from her fur in a quick, violent shiver that makes her whole body blur for a moment, and disappears over the railing and into the trees, gone in an instant. She will be back tomorrow, Will knows. She always comes back. He reaches for his journal from the side table. It is a plain notebook, hardback, with a dark blue cover that has faded unevenly over the years, darker where it has been shielded by other books, lighter where the sun has touched it. The pages inside are filled with his handwriting, which is not neat, but is honest. The words written slowly and carefully in pencil. He opens it to a blank page and begins to write. November 5th. Raining hard today. Thunder too. The kind of day where the cabin earns its keep. I lit the fire early, and I am glad I did. Shep is beside me, and Bonnie is by the hearth, and Pip came to the railing, despite the weather, which made me smile. She is a determined little thing. I admire that about her. I've been thinking about routine, not in the way I used to think about it, when routine meant alarm clocks and commutes and the same sandwich at the same desk at the same time every day. No, that kind of routine wasn't for me. It felt like a cage to me. You didn't notice the bars because everyone around you was in the same cage, and you all told each other it was normal. I mean the kind of routine that grows naturally out of a life, the way a path forms in grass when you walk the same way often enough. Nobody plans it. It just appears, because it is the right way to go. My days here have their own shape. I wake when the light comes, I make tea. I feed the dogs. I check on the garden or the wood pile or whatever needs checking. I walk. I sit. I read. I watch the sky and try to understand what it is telling me. None of it is urgent. None of it is important in the way the world usually means important. And yet, all of it matters to me in a way that the things I used to call important never did. I think about my old life sometimes, not with regret exactly, more with a kind of puzzled distance, like looking at a photograph of someone you used to know and not quite recognizing them. Was that really me? The man in the suit? The man on the train? The man who checked his phone 40 times an hour and called it living? I suppose it was. But it feels very far away now. Like a story someone told me once about someone else. What I have learned out here, and it took me a long time to learn it, is that doing very little is not the same as doing nothing. There is a difference, and it is an important one. Doing nothing is empty. Doing very little is full. It is full of attention, full of noticing, full of small things done well and without rush. Making a fire, watching the rain, sitting with a dog who asks nothing of you, except that you are there, leaving nuts out for a squirrel who may or may not come. These things are not nothing. They're everything. I just couldn't see it before, because I was moving too fast to see anything at all. The storm is getting closer. I can feel the thunder in the floor. Bonnie is not a big fan of the sound, but she trusts me, and that is enough for her. Shep doesn't seem to care at all. He has his head on his paws, and his eyes are closed, and I think he might be the wisest creature I have ever known. He doesn't worry about tomorrow. He doesn't think about yesterday. He just lies by the fire and breathes and is content. I am still learning to do what Shep does naturally. I am grateful for this day, for the rain and the fire and the quiet, for the dogs and their different kinds of love, for Pip and her hazelnut, for this cabin that keeps me dry and warm, while the sky does what it needs to do, for the fact that I have nowhere to be and nothing to prove, and no one to answer to except myself. That is not a small thing. That is the biggest thing there is. Will sets down his pencil and closes the journal. He rests it on his knee for a moment, his hand flat on the cover, and he looks at the fire. The oak log has caught fully now, and the flames move around it in slow, steady waves, orange and gold and deep red. The rain continues its rhythm on the roof, and the thunder comes again, a low, long roll that fills the valley and fades slowly, like a wave pulling back from a shore. He picks up his book from the side table. It is a well-read copy, the spine creased and the pages soft from handling. The cover shows a photograph of a forest in mist, and the title reads, "The Unhurried Year, Living in Step with the Seasons." He opens it to a chapter he has been reading slowly, a few pages at a time, the way you drink something you want to last. He settles deeper into his chair and begins to read. Chapter 4. Rain Days. There are days when the weather makes our choices for us, and these are often the best days of all. A rain day removes the question of what to do. The garden can wait. Maybe the walk can wait. The list of small tasks that normally fills the hours is set aside, not abandoned, but simply postponed, and in its place comes something that our busy lives rarely offer us: permission to stop. This is what rain gives us. More than water for the soil, more than freshness for the air, it gives us an excuse to do what we secretly want to do, but feel we cannot justify. To sit, to rest, to watch the fire and let the mind go where it pleases, to read without checking the clock, to let the hours pass without accounting for them. Rain is nature's way of saying that not every day needs to be productive, that sometimes the most useful thing a person can do is nothing useful at all. The animals understand this better than we do. Watch a dog on a rainy day. He does not pace or worry or make plans for when the weather clears. He finds the warmest spot in the room, turns in a circle until the ground feels right beneath him, and lies down. He sighs. He closes his eyes. He lets the sound of the rain become the whole world, and he sleeps without guilt or apology. There is a wisdom in this that we would do well to learn. The dog does not feel that he is wasting the day. He knows, in the way that animals know things, that rest is not waste. Rest is what makes everything else possible. Rest is the ground from which all good things grow. There is an old tradition in many northern cultures of what the Norwegians call kos and the Danes call hygge, though the concept exists in every language and every culture, even if the word does not. It is the art of creating comfort, of making a space that feels warm and safe and enclosed, while the world outside is cold and wet and wild. It does not require wealth or luxury or special equipment. A fire, a blanket, a hot drink, the company of someone you love, whether that someone has 2 legs or 4. these are the ingredients. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more has ever been needed. What makes this feeling so powerful is contrast. The comfort means more because of what it is set against. The fire is warmer because the rain is cold. The room is cozier because the wind is blowing. The blanket is softer because somewhere out there the world is hard and rough and demanding. We need the storm in order to fully feel the shelter. We need the dark in order to truly see the light. We need the noise in order to hear the quiet. This is not a flaw in the design of things. It is the design itself. The world is built on contrast, and comfort is no exception. And so, on rain days we are offered a gift, if we are willing to accept it. The gift of contrast, the gift of shelter, the gift of hours that belong to no one but ourselves. The fire crackles and the rain falls, and the world outside goes on without us for a while, and we discover, perhaps with some surprise, that it manages perfectly well, that we are not as essential to its turning as we thought. And rather than feeling diminished by this, we feel released. We are free for a few hours to simply be, to do very little, and to find in that very little more than enough. Will closes the book and lets it rest on the arm of the chair. The words sit quietly inside him, settling like the embers in the fire. He looks at Shep, asleep now, his breathing slow and deep and steady. He looks at Bonnie, who has rolled onto her side by the hearth, her paws twitching gently. as she dreams of something only she knows. He looks at the fire, at the rain on the window, at the grey and beautiful world beyond. And he feels a deep and simple contentment that asks for nothing more than this exact moment. The afternoon light fades slowly. The cabin grows dimmer. The only light now coming from the fire. Will does not turn on a lamp. He likes this time. This in-between time, when the day lets go of itself, and the evening has not yet fully arrived. The shadows deepen and the room grows soft, and the world contracts to just this chair, this fire, these dogs, this rain. Everything else falls away. Everything else can wait. He feels himself growing tired. It is the good kind of tired. The kind that comes from a day spent warm and quiet and still. Will closes his eyes. He does not fight the tiredness. He has learned, after all these years, that there is no point fighting the things that are good for you. Sleep, like rain, comes when it comes, and when it comes, the only wise thing to do is let it in. The fire glows. The rain falls softly. The dogs sleep. And Will, in his old chair, in his warm cabin, in his quiet corner of the world, drifts gently and peacefully into rest. Morning comes gently to the cabin. Hope wakes without hurry, lying still for a while and listening to the quiet. The kind of quiet that feels full, like the world is holding its breath. She can hear Fred snoring lightly near the stove downstairs, and the soft creak of the trees outside as they shift in the cool air. For a few moments, she stays under the blanket, feeling the warmth around her and a faint chill at the tip of her nose. When she finally stirs, she reaches for the curtain beside her bed and pulls it back, just enough to see out. The window pane is cold under her fingertips. Outside, the forest is covered in gold and rust-colored leaves. The ground thick with them. The sky is pale blue. The kind that looks freshly washed. A crow moves along the fence post and then lifts into the air, slow and steady. Hope smiles a little. There's a brightness in the air today, a kind of crispness that makes her chest feel open and alive. She sits up and wraps her shawl around her shoulders. For a moment, she just looks at the light coming in, how it touches the wooden floorboards, how it glows on the old chair in the corner. There's no rush to move. When she finally does, she swings her feet onto the rug and breathes in deeply. The scent of the cabin in autumn. Wood. Smoke. A hint of apples from the basket downstairs. They all meet her. She runs a hand through her hair and looks once more out the window at the scatter of colours across the yard. It feels like the whole forest is quietly celebrating this beautiful season. She stands, takes her time to dress, and steps softly down the wooden stairs, one hand trailing along the rail. Fred lifts his head as she appears, tail giving a half-hearted wag. The fire from last night still smoulders. Hope kneels to add a few logs and whispers, "Good morning, my friend." The flames catch, and soon the cabin begins to warm again. Then Hope opens the front door and steps out onto the veranda. The old boards cool beneath her bare feet. The air greets her at once, clean, sharp, and full of the scent of dry leaves. She draws it in deeply, filling her lungs, then lets it out slowly through her mouth. The world feels wide this morning. The sky stretches endlessly, pale and high, and the forest hums quietly with its late autumn calm. She sits down on the wooden bench by the railing, pulling her shawl tighter. The wood is smooth from years of use, and a few leaves have gathered around her feet. Somewhere far off, a woodpecker is at work. Hope watches the breath leave her in small white clouds, disappearing into the light. She always finds this time of day sacred, when everything is just beginning to stir, and yet nothing demands anything from her. Fred pads out after a few moments, yawning so wide his whole body seems to fold in half. He stretches, gives a small sneeze, then lies down beside her. Melissa, as always, takes her time. She appears silently, her tail held high, and curls herself on the step just below Hope's feet. Hope reaches down to stroke her once, then rests her hand on her lap. She looks out at the trees that circle the clearing. Tall, steady, letting go of their last leaves one by one. The sound they make when they fall is almost nothing. A tiny sigh as they touch the ground. Hope sits and watches this quiet show for a long while. No phone, no clock, no list to keep track of. Just air and breath and the feeling of being here. After some time, she says softly, "Thank you." Not to anyone in particular, maybe to the day itself. The words feel right in her mouth, warm and small but full of meaning. Then she sits a little longer, listening to the sound of the wind moving gently through the trees. Eventually, she goes back inside, closing the door softly behind her. The air in the cabin feels warmer now. The fire in the stove crackling, and a thin curl of smoke winding up the chimney. She moves slowly through the small kitchen, her slippers brushing the floor. On the shelf above the counter sits a row of jars, grains, dried fruit, tea leaves, and one that glows golden, even in the dim light, the honey from her neighbor a few miles away. She fills a small pot with water from the jug and sets it on the stove. The familiar tick of the metal heating fills the room. Then she takes down her tin of oats, the sound of them pouring into her hand like soft rain. She thinks of where they came from, the farmer's steady work, the turning of the soil, the rhythm of the seasons that brought them here. She adds them carefully to the pot, stirring with a wooden spoon, the steam beginning to rise. On the table sits a small bowl of blueberries, their deep color catching the morning light. She'd picked them herself earlier in the week, a few bushes still holding fruit down by the stream. They're smaller now, sweeter somehow, touched by the last of the sun before winter. She tips a few into her bowl, watching the purple stain bloom on the edge of the porcelain. When the porridge thickens, she spoons it gently into the bowl and drizzles a line of honey over the top. She always pauses to look at that. The way it moves, the soft gold of it. She thinks of her neighbors' hives, the slow hum that drifts across his orchard in summer, the bees moving from flower to flower, working tirelessly and without fuss. She smiles to herself and murmurs, "Thank you, little ones," before stirring it through. Fred sits patiently at her feet, hopeful as always. Hope gives him a few pieces of oat biscuit from the tin and scratches behind his ear. Then she carries her bowl to the table by the window, sits down, and eats slowly, letting each spoonful warm her from within. She looks outside now and then, at the sunlight resting on the leaves and the soft movement of the branches, and feels quietly grateful for all the unseen hands, human and not, that made this small, perfect meal possible. When her bowl is empty, Hope sets down the spoon and leaves it on the table for a moment. The warmth from the porridge still lingers in her chest. She pulls her small notebook from the shelf, the one bound in brown leather, edges worn soft, and carries it, along with her cup of tea, to the desk by the window. The surface is scattered with a few pencils, some dried leaves she'd kept from last week's walk, and a small stone shaped like a heart. She opens the notebook where she left off. The handwriting is uneven, some lines faint, where the pen had nearly given up. At the top of the page, she writes the date then pauses, looking out at the forest while her thoughts settle. Today, she begins, I'll tidy the garden bed, gather the last of the herbs before the frost, gather some leaves, and bring in more firewood from the stack. And maybe I'll bake some breads this afternoon. She smiles at the last line. She never writes these notes as rules, more as small promises to herself. After a while, her hand slows, and her thoughts drift elsewhere. She writes, The air today smells like the autumn I spent with my father when I was little. The image comes easily. She's walking beside him on a country path, the leaves piled high along the edges. He's wearing his wool coat, the one that always smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and rain. They're gathering chestnuts, and she remembers the way he'd crack one open for her, showing her the smooth nut inside like a treasure. She can almost hear his voice now, steady, low, with that kindness that made even silence comfortable. He'd said something simple that day, something she never forgot. There's no hurry to understand everything, hope. It's enough to just be here. She writes those words down again, tracing them slowly, as if to make them stay. Hope then closes her notebook and rests her hand on it for a moment. Then she exhales, a long, steady breath, and whispers, I miss you. It's not a sad sound, just honest, like a leaf falling when it's ready. Hope then slips on her boots by the door, tucks her hair beneath a wool cap, and steps outside again. The sun has risen a little higher now, turning the clearing into a quiet glow of gold and copper. The leaves that blanket the ground are dry, and they crunch softly under her feet. She takes up the old rake leaning against the porch and begins to pull the leaves into small, rustling piles. She works slowly. The sound of the rake moving through the leaves is steady and pleasant, and now and then she pauses just to listen. Fred trots beside her, nose buried in the piles, occasionally sneezing when he stirs up too much dust. The air is cool but kind, and she feels the strength in her arms as she moves, the gentle satisfaction of working with the land rather than against it. Every now and then, she stops to take in the scene. The colors so alive, they almost hum. The smoke rising thinly from her chimney. The way Melissa perches on the fence, watching everything, as if overseeing the work. "You're not much help," Hope calls to her, smiling. The cat flicks her tail but doesn't move. When the yard looks neat again, Hope gathers the leaves into a basket to carry over to the compost heap. She loves that part, knowing that what falls away now will become part of next year's life. "Nothing really ends," she says softly. She tips the leaves onto the pile and brushes her hands clean on her trousers. From there, she heads to the small herb garden by the side of the cabin. The air here smells stronger. Rosemary, sage, and the last of the mint still holding on. She kneels and begins to gather what remains, tying each bundle neatly with twine. The leaves are cool and soft in her hands, and the scent rises up as she works. She thinks of how much care these plants have given through the seasons. For teas, for soups, for healing. "Thank you," she murmurs again, as she always does. She sets the herbs on the porch rail to dry in the late morning sun, then wipes her hands on her apron and looks down at Fred. "Come on," she says quietly. "Let's go and see the world." His tail starts thumping at once. The word walk doesn't even need to be said. She takes her walking stick from its place by the door, slips into her coat, and together they head out toward the path that leads through the forest. The ground is soft underfoot, a mix of soil and leaves. Fred runs ahead, nose to the ground, zigzagging between the trees. Hope walks at her own pace, steady and unhurried, letting the cool air touch her face. The forest smells alive. Pine, earth, and the faint sweetness of old apples that have fallen and begun to fade into the ground. After a while, she comes to the stream. It moves quite slowly now, the water low after summer, but still bright in the light. She crouches to touch it, the chill sharp against her skin, and watches it pass over the stones. Fred drinks a little, then looks up at her, as if checking that everything is as it should be. "All's well," she says. "You're a good boy." He leans against her leg for a moment, before trotting off again. They follow the path until it opens into a small meadow. The grass here is pale gold, the edges of frost just beginning to gather in the shaded parts. Hope stands there quietly for a long moment, breathing it in. The hills in the distance are washed in soft light, and a few clouds move lazily overhead. She feels, as she often does on these walks, that she belongs not to this place, but with it. When they finally turn back, the sun is higher, and a few birds cross above the trees in small, steady groups. Fred walks beside her now, slower, satisfied. Hope touches his back lightly, and they make their way home, both of them carrying that quiet fullness that only a morning outdoors can bring. On the way back, as Hope follows the narrow path between the birches, she sees someone ahead, a familiar figure, standing by the gate where the forest opens into the lane. It's Marta, her closest neighbor, a woman in her 70s with silver hair, always tied back in a scarf. She's holding a basket of apples and looking up at the trees as if lost in thought. Hope calls out softly, "Morning, Marta." And Marta turns, her face brightening. "Ah, Hope," she says. "I thought that was you. I was just admiring the color of these leaves. Every year I think I've seen the best of them, and then they go and surprise me." Hope smiles, coming closer. "That's the way of things, isn't it? They save a little beauty for the end." Marta nods, handing her one of the apples. It's cold and red, with a faint scent of sweetness. Hope takes a bite, crisp, fresh, perfect. For a while, they just stand there in silence, chewing quietly, watching the leaves drift down around them. Fred circles them both, his tail brushing against their coats. After a moment, Marta says, "You know, I lost my husband in the autumn, 20 years ago now. I used to hate this season for it. But one day I realized he loved it most of all. So now I think of it as his way of coming back. All this color, all this light before the dark." Her eyes glisten a little, but her voice is steady. Hope reaches out and squeezes her hand. "He'd like that, I think," she says softly. "The idea of being color." Marta smiles, her eyes crinkling. Maybe that's what we all become in the end. Someone's color in the world. They stand there a while longer, hands still joined, both of them looking out at the quiet, leaf-covered path. There's nothing more to say. After a time, Marta says she should be heading home, and Hope promises to visit soon. They part with a small wave, each carrying a different kind of peace. Hope walks on, the apple core in her hand, the air cool against her face. For a moment, she feels her father beside her too, and all the others she's loved. Just walking, just breathing, just being color in someone's world. Hope reaches the cabin as the sun climbs to its softest point in the sky. The air around the porch is still, and a light warmth has settled over the clearing. She hangs her coat on the peg by the door, leaves her stick beside it, and gives Fred a quick rub on the head before heading into the kitchen. She decides on a simple lunch, a salad, the kind that tastes of the garden and the season. She begins by washing her hands at the sink, the water running cool and clear. Then she takes some vegetables that she picked yesterday and starts to prepare them. She rinses everything carefully, the scent of earth lifting into the air. She slices the carrots thin, chops spinach, and boils potatoes just until soft. On the shelf sits a jar of pickled beets that she made in early September. She opens it and adds a few slices, watching the pink color spread gently across the bowl. Then comes a crumble of cheese she traded with Marta a few days ago, and a drizzle of oil pressed by another neighbor from his own orchard. She finishes with a spoonful of the same honey from earlier, whisked together with vinegar and mustard for the dressing. The smell fills the small kitchen, sweet and sharp all at once. As she stirs, she thinks again of all the hands and seasons that brought this meal to her table. the soil, the sun, the neighbors, the bees. She takes a slow breath, then carries her bowl to the table by the window. Fred settles at her feet while she eats, eyes half closed. Hope looks outside between bites. The leaves are still falling. The light is still kind. She feels the warmth of the stove on her back. And she thinks that maybe this is all she's ever really wanted. Food that came from the land around her. A roof. A bit of company. And time enough to notice it all. After lunch, Hope tidies the kitchen and wipes down the table, leaving it bare except for the small bowl of apples Marta had given her. The fire hums gently in the stove, and the warmth makes her eyelids heavy. She sets her chair a little closer to the hearth, folds a blanket over her legs, and lets herself sink into stillness. Fred and Melissa are already asleep on the rug. Hope closes her eyes. The sounds of the cabin soften. And she doesn't mean to fall asleep, only to rest. But her body knows better. The nap comes quietly, and for a short while, time disappears. No lists, no plans, no thoughts about what's next. When she slowly wakes, the light in the room has changed. It's softer now, golden, the kind of light that feels like kindness itself. She stretches, smiling a little. That fresh, clear feeling a good nap gives. Like starting the day over again, but gentler. The world outside is the same, yet she sees it with new eyes. The nap hasn't stolen time. It's given some back. She stands, smooths the blanket, and ties her apron again. "All right," she says quietly to herself. "Let's bake." She has some dough already prepared, waiting in a bowl on the counter. It's risen and ready. She kneads it slowly, folding and turning with care. The smell of yeast, warm and alive in the air. Soon the loaf is in the oven, and the whole cabin begins to fill with that unmistakable scent. Comfort, patience, home. Hope leans against the counter for a moment, listening to Fred snore again, to the fire shift, and to the day turning toward evening. And she feels rested. She feels steady. She feels grateful for the quiet cycle of things, the work, the rest, the warmth, the bread still to come. Some time later, the bread comes out perfectly. Golden crust, soft inside, the scent spreading through every corner of the cabin. Hope sets it on the wooden board and waits a little, listening to the faint crackle as it cools. The day has already slipped toward evening. The light outside has thinned to a quiet blue. She lights a few candles and places them on the table. There are small flames flickering against the window glass. The fire burns steadily, a low orange glow pulsing behind the grate. Hope cuts a slice of the warm bread and adds a pat of butter that melts almost at once. She then goes and sits in the living room by the fire with her plate on her lap, eating slowly, savoring each bite. The taste is simple: salt, grain, warmth, but it feels like the whole day distilled. Outside, the forest is settling into darkness, and the only sounds are the gentle crack of the fire and the occasional sigh of wind through the trees. She takes a sip of tea and reaches for her favorite book, The Art of Doing Nothing. She opens it where she last left off and begins to read silently to herself. Chapter 4. The Practice of Still Time. There is a kind of doing that looks like not doing at all. The world won't teach you this. It will tell you that every moment must point toward a result, a measure, a purpose. But watch the way the trees stand, the way they move only when the wind asks them to. They do not rush to grow, yet they reach the sky all the same. Doing nothing is not idleness. It is the art of presence without agenda. It is the gentle refusal to be swept away by the noise of the clock or the demands of the next thing. When you sit, truly sit, and let the day unfold around you, something happens beneath the surface. The mind begins to breathe again. The heart remembers its own rhythm. There will always be voices, inside and out, that tell you should be doing more. They will call your stillness laziness, your rest wasteful. Smile at them. They do not understand that stillness is what gives movement its meaning. A bird must land before it can take off again. She turns the page and continues reading. The practice of still time asks nothing complicated of you. It only asks that you stop for long enough to notice what is already here. The sound of the stove, the shape of your breath, the quiet company of your own mind. At first it may feel strange, even uncomfortable. That's all right. Stillness is like an old friend we forget to visit. But when we sit with it long enough, it remembers us. The secret is not to wait for the perfect moment to rest, because the world will never hand it to you. You must claim it, softly and deliberately, as an act of care. Sit by the window, lie on the grass, close your eyes in the middle of the afternoon. Watch how the minutes expand when you stop trying to use them. When nothing is expected of the moment, life begins to show itself in its simplest form, not as a task, but as a gift. A flicker of light on the wall, the scent of bread cooling on the counter, the feeling of being quietly, undeniably alive. And when you rise again, because you always will, you carry some of that quiet with you. You move differently. You listen better. You remember that the world does not turn because of your effort, but that your effort becomes more meaningful when you remember to pause So let yourself do nothing. Sit with the hour as it is. Let it be enough. Hope closes the book and lets it rest on her lap. The fire is still burning. The candles are flickering softly in the still air. She takes another small bite of bread. The crust now cool, and feels that what she's just read isn't only a thought, but a truth she's living right now, in the quiet, in the company of her animals, in the sound of her own breath. She leans back in the chair and lets the evening unfold exactly as it is. After some time, Hope rises slowly, stretching her arms above her head. The book lies open on the table beside her half-finished cup of tea, the candles softening to smaller flames. Fred lifts his head when she moves and thumps his tail once before resting again. She tidies the table, rinses her plate, and sets everything neatly for the morning, the way she likes it, so that tomorrow begins calm. She blows out the candles, one by one, pausing between each, as though thanking them for their light. The cabin darkens, but it isn't a heavy darkness. It feels gentle, like a blanket drawn over the day. Upstairs, she can still hear the fire. The air is cooler, and she changes into her nightshirt and brushes her hair by the small mirror. Outside, the moon is bright enough to paint the edge of the window frame. She pulls back the curtain and looks out. The forest is quiet, silvered by moonlight. The trees standing still as if listening. "Good night," she whispers. To them, to the world. Fred settles on his rug at the foot of the bed. Melissa curls into a tight circle on the chair, and Hope slips beneath the covers. The sheets are cool at first, then quickly warm. She lies on her back for a moment, hands on her stomach, and breathes deeply. The smell of wood smoke lingers faintly in the room. Her thoughts drift lightly to Marta's apple, to her father's words, to the chapter she read. Everything feels connected somehow, part of a quiet pattern that doesn't need to be understood. As her eyes close, she feels the simple weight of her body sinking into the mattress. The comfort of being home. The steady breath of sleep approaching. And before she drifts off completely, she thinks, this was a good day. Nothing remarkable, nothing grand. Just a day lived fully, kindly, as if it were enough. And it was. Hope stands at the window of her cabin, her hands wrapped around a mug of chamomile tea, and she watches the sky. It has been changing all afternoon. What began as a pale grey morning has slowly deepened into something heavier, something darker. And now the clouds sit low over the tops of the trees like a thick woolen blanket pulled across the world. There is a stillness in the air that she knows well. It is the kind of stillness that comes before a storm. Not an empty stillness, but a full one, as though the forest is holding its breath, waiting for something it has known was coming all along. She takes a slow sip of her tea. The warmth of it spreads through her chest and into her arms, and she feels her shoulders soften. The chamomile is from her own garden, dried on the porch in the late summer heat, and stored in a small glass jar on the kitchen shelf. She can taste the summer in it still, a faint sweetness beneath the calm, earthy flavor, and it makes her think of warm evenings and long golden light. But that was then, and this is now. And now is grey and heavy and full of the promise of rain. Behind her, the cabin is quiet. Fred lies on his favourite rug near the hearth, his chin resting on his front paws, his eyes half closed. Every now and then his ears twitch, as though he too can sense the change in the air. His fur is warm from lying near the fireplace, and every so often he lets out a long, slow breath that makes his whole body rise and fall. Melissa the cat is curled on the armchair, her body a perfect circle of grey fur, her tail tucked neatly beneath her chin. She appears to be asleep, though Hope knows that very little escapes Melissa's attention. Even now, one ear is turned slightly toward the window, as if listening for something only she can hear. The first drop of rain lands against the window with a soft tap, then another, and another. Hope watches as the drops begin to multiply, each one leaving a tiny trail as it slides down the glass. The sound is gentle at first, almost hesitant, but within seconds it finds its rhythm, and the soft tapping becomes a steady patter that fills the cabin with a sound that Hope finds deeply, deeply comforting. It is the sound of the world being watered, the sound of the earth receiving what it needs. She stays at the window for a while, watching the rain transform everything outside. The trees, which had been still and silent, now sway gently under the weight of the water. The leaves glisten, each one catching whatever grey light remains and turning it into something silver. The gravel path that leads from her porch to the garden darkens as it drinks in the rain, the stones turning from pale to deep brown. And beyond the garden, the forest seems to draw closer, its edges softened and blurred by the falling water, as though the whole world is being gently wrapped in gauze. The boundary between the garden and the woods, usually so clear, has become a soft, uncertain thing, and Hope thinks how beautiful that is, how the rain dissolves the hard lines of the world and makes everything feel connected. A low rumble sounds in the distance. It is so far away that Hope feels it more than she hears it. A deep vibration that seems to travel through the ground and up through the soles of her feet and into her chest. Thunder. She smiles. There is something about a distant storm that makes her feel safe. Not in spite of the power out there, but almost because of it. The storm is vast, and she is small, and her cabin is warm, and there is a deep comfort in that. The thunder says, "The world is wild," and the cabin says, "But you are sheltered." And between those two truths, Hope finds a kind of peace that she cannot quite explain, but does not need to. Fred lifts his head at the sound, his ears pricking forward. He looks toward the window, then back at Hope, his dark eyes searching her face for reassurance. She crosses the room and kneels beside him, running her hand along the soft fur behind his ears, feeling the warmth of him, the solid weight of his head as he leans into her touch. "It's all right, boy," she says quietly. "Just a storm. Just rain and thunder. Nothing to worry about." His tail gives a slow wag, and he lowers his head again, pressing his nose against her knee. She stays with him for a moment, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. And she feels a wave of tenderness for this gentle creature who has been her companion through so many quiet days and peaceful nights. Fred has never asked anything of her except to be near her, and in return he has given her something she did not know she needed. A presence, a warmth, a reason to speak aloud in a quiet house. Melissa opens one eye from the armchair, watching the scene with what Hope imagines is mild amusement. The cat has never been troubled by storms. If anything, the rain seems to make Melissa more content, as though the weather has given her a perfectly reasonable excuse to do what she does best, which is absolutely nothing at all. Hope catches her eye and smiles, and Melissa blinks slowly in return, which Hope has always taken as the cat's version of affection. Hope rises and moves to the fireplace. She has already laid the fire earlier in the day, a habit born from years of living out here, of knowing the rhythms of the sky and what they promise. She has learned to read the clouds the way she once read the city, quickly and instinctively. And this morning, the clouds told her that warmth would be needed before the day was through. And so the fire has been burning quietly for a few hours now, the wood crackling, producing a flickering glow that pushes back the grey light, filtering through the windows. The fire has its own language, she thinks, its own rhythm and song. The way it pops and hisses and crackles, the way it sends tiny sparks spiraling upward into the darkness of the chimney. It is a sound she never tires of, combined with the steady drum of rain on the roof and the occasional distant murmur of thunder. It creates a kind of music, a lullaby, written by the earth. Hope puts the kettle on the stove for another cup of tea. As she waits for it to boil, she stands at the kitchen window and watches the rain fall over her garden. The vegetable patch is drinking deeply. The lettuces, the tomato plants tied to their stakes, the herbs in their little pots near the back door. All of them seemed to lean into the rain, as though welcoming it. The sunflowers, tall and proud, even in the grey light, bow their heavy heads under the weight of the water, patient and unbothered. A puddle has formed in the low spot near the garden shed, its surface alive with tiny splashes that appear and disappear in an instant, an endless pattern that repeats and repeats and never quite repeats the same way twice. A bright flash illuminates the sky for just a moment, turning the grey world briefly white, and a few seconds later the thunder comes, a deep, rolling sound that seems to come from everywhere at once, filling the sky and the trees and the space between them. Hope counts the seconds between the flash and the sound, a habit from childhood. Her mother taught her that. 5 seconds between lightning and thunder means the storm is about a mile away. She counts 7, still at a distance, still far out there, while she is in here, safe and cozy. The kettle begins to whistle softly, and she lifts it from the stove, pouring the hot water over a fresh tea bag in her mug. The steam curls upward, carrying with it the scent of chamomile, and she breathes it in slowly, letting the warmth touch her face. She adds a spoonful of honey, stirring it gently, watching the golden thread dissolve into the pale liquid. Such a small thing, such a simple pleasure, and yet in this moment, standing in her kitchen while the rain pours down and the thunder murmurs and the fire crackles in the next room, it feels like everything she needs. She carries her tea back to the living room. The room is warm, and the light from the flames of the fire cast long, gentle shadows across the walls. The bookshelves, the worn armchair, the little side table with its stack of well-read books, the old rug where Fred now sleeps soundly, all of it glowing in the amber light. The cabin feels smaller in this light, but not in a way that is confining. Smaller in the way that a nest is small. Smaller in the way that a held hand is small. Close and warm, and exactly the right size. Hope sits down in her chair, pulling a thick knitted blanket over her lap. Melissa, disturbed by the movement, stretches and repositions herself, eventually settling half on the blanket and half on Hope's knee, her purring immediate and emphatic. Hope rests one hand on the cat's warm back and lifts her tea with the other, taking a sip as she lets her gaze drift to the window. Through the gap in the curtains, she can see the rain, silver and relentless against the dark trees, and she watches it fall with a feeling that she can only describe as gratitude. The world outside has darkened further. The clouds are so thick now that it feels more like evening than late afternoon. The rain continues its steady rhythm, and every few minutes the sky flickers with distant lightning, followed by the low, reassuring voice of thunder. Hope feels so cozy in her cabin right now. Each rumble outside of the thunder deepens the sense of shelter she feels within these walls. The storm is doing what storms do, and she is doing what she does best, sitting, resting, being. After a while, Hope reaches for her journal. It sits on the side table, where it always sits, its leather cover soft and familiar beneath her fingers. The leather has darkened over the years, worn smooth in the places where her hands hold it most often, and the pages inside have yellowed slightly at the edges, giving the whole thing the feeling of something well loved and much used. She opens it, turning past pages filled with her looping handwriting, past sketches of flowers and pressed leaves and small observations about the weather, until she finds a clean page She picks up her pen, the one that belonged to her mother, and she begins to write. November 17th. There is a storm today, a proper one, the kind that makes you want to sit by the fire and not move for hours, which is exactly what I am doing. I can hear the rain on the roof, steady and heavy, and every so often the thunder comes rolling in from somewhere over the hills. Fred was a little nervous at first, but he is settled now. He is asleep by the fire, with his paws twitching. I think he is dreaming of chasing something. Rabbits, probably. He always dreams of rabbits. Melissa is on my lap, purring as though she invented the sound. She has not moved for the better part of an hour, and I suspect she has no intention of moving for the rest of the day. I envy her sometimes, the absolute commitment she brings to doing nothing. I've been thinking today about what it means to feel safe. Not safe in the way the world usually talks about it. Not locks on doors, or money in the bank, or plans laid out for the future, but safe in a deeper way. Safe in the bones. Safe in the breathing. The kind of safe you feel when you stop running from something you were never really running from in the first place. I think for a long time I didn't know what that felt like. When I lived in the city, there was always something, always some noise, some demand, some deadline that made my chest feel tight. I remember lying awake at night, listening to the traffic and the sirens, and thinking that the world was too fast for me. Not that there was anything wrong with the world, just that I was not made for the speed of it. I was made for something quieter, something slower. I just didn't know it yet. I remember the year before I found this place. I was exhausted in a way that sleep couldn't fix. I would come home from work and sit in my flat and feel the walls pressing in. Not physically, but in my mind. everything felt heavy. The to-do lists, the emails, the constant feeling that I should be doing more, being more, going faster. I remember one evening I sat on my kitchen floor and cried, and I didn't even know why. I think my body knew before my mind did. It knew I needed to change something fundamental about the way I was living. I remember telling my friend Sarah that I felt like I was disappearing, like I was becoming less and less myself with every day that passed. She told me I needed a holiday. I didn't need a holiday. I needed a different life. I just didn't have the words for it then. And then I found this cabin. Or perhaps it found me. I've written about that before. That wrong turn on the trail. The way the trees opened up and there it was, sitting in the clearing, as though it had been waiting for me. I know that sounds fanciful, but I believe that sometimes the things we need have a way of appearing when we are finally ready to see them. What I haven't written about, not really, is what those first weeks were like, because they were not easy. People imagine that you move to a cabin in the woods and everything is immediately peaceful. But it wasn't like that at all. The first week, the silence frightened me. I'm not exaggerating. I would lie in bed at night, and the quiet felt loud. I kept reaching for my phone to check the time, or read the news, or message someone, anyone, just to feel connected to something familiar. I remember the first night I heard an owl. I didn't know what it was. This low, beautiful sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I lay very still and listened. And then slowly I understood what it was, and I laughed at myself. A grown woman, frightened by an owl. But it wasn't really the owl that frightened me. It was the newness of everything. The strangeness of a world that operated by rules I didn't yet understand. And then, slowly, day by day, something shifted. I started to hear things I had never heard before. Not silence at all, but a whole world of sound. The wind in the trees, each species producing its own particular whisper. The creek running over stones at the bottom of the hill, its pitch changing with the weather. The birds at dawn. So many different songs, all layered on top of one another, like an orchestra tuning up. The creak of the cabin, settling in the cool night air. My own breathing, the beat of my own heart in the quietness. I remember the first morning I woke up and felt no urgency, no alarm, no list, just the light coming through the window and the sound of birds and the cool air on my face and the feeling of being exactly where I was supposed to be. I lay there for a long time, just breathing, just being, and I thought, this is it. This is what I have been looking for all those years, without knowing it. That was many years ago now. And yet, the feeling has not faded. If anything, it has grown deeper, like a tree putting down roots that reach further into the earth with every passing season. Every morning I step out onto that porch and I breathe in this air and I feel it again. That sense of rightness, of being at home in the truest sense of the word, not just in a building, but in myself, in the life I have chosen, in the woman I have become. And now there is a storm outside my window, and I am warm, and the fire is crackling, and my two companions are here with me, and I think, this is what it means to feel safe. Not the absence of the storm, but the presence of shelter. Not the absence of darkness, but the warmth of a small fire. Not the absence of being alone, but the fullness of solitude freely chosen. I don't know if anyone will ever read these words. I don't write them for anyone but myself. But if someone does find this journal someday in a dusty corner of this old cabin, I would want them to know this, that it is possible to find peace, that it is possible to build a life that fits you perfectly, even if it looks nothing like the life you thought you were supposed to live. That the quiet is not empty, that being alone is not the same as being lonely, that a small life lived with attention and gratitude is not small at all. I am grateful for this cabin, for this life, for Fred and Melissa, for the rain and the thunder and the fire, for the quiet, for the slow days, for the seasons that come and go with such beautiful regularity, for all of it, for every single bit of it. Hope sets down her pen and closes the journal gently. She rests her hand on its cover for a moment, feeling the worn leather beneath her palm, and she lets out a long, slow breath. Writing always does this to her. It opens something up, and then gently closes it again, leaving her feeling lighter than before. The fire crackles, the rain falls, the thunder rumbles softly. She sits for a while in this stillness. She feels the warmth of the fire on her face and her hands. She watches Fred's rib cage rise and fall. She feels Melissa's purring vibrate gently against her lap. These are the moments that hope treasures most. The moments between things. The pauses. The spaces where nothing is asked of her, and she is free to simply exist in the warmth and the quiet and the company of those she loves. After some time, she reaches for a book from the small pile on the side table. It is a book she has read before, more than once, but it is the kind of book that reveals something new each time she returns to it, as though the words change, depending on who she is when she reads them. It is called The Quiet Earth, Meditations on Shelter and Stillness. She opens it to a chapter she has bookmarked with a dried sprig of lavender, and she begins to read. Chapter 7. The Shelter of Rain. There is a particular kind of comfort that human beings have known for as long as they have known how to build shelter, and it is the comfort of being indoors while the rain falls outside. It is one of the oldest feelings in our collective memory, a thread that runs through every culture and every age and every kind of dwelling, connecting us to the very first people who crawled into a cave or huddled beneath an outcrop of rock and listened to the water fall and felt, perhaps for the first time, that particular warmth that comes from knowing you are dry while the world is wet. We respond to this feeling on a level that is deeper than thought. The sound of rain on a roof does something to the nervous system that scientists have only recently begun to understand. It is a form of what researchers call pink noise, a frequency pattern in which lower tones are slightly louder than higher ones, creating a sound that the brain perceives as both rich and deeply soothing. Unlike white noise, which is uniform and flat, pink noise mirrors the patterns found in nature itself. The rush of a waterfall, the wind through a valley, the rhythm of a resting heartbeat. Our brains are wired to find these sounds calming because they signal something ancient and essential. They signal safety. They signal that the world outside is behaving as it should, and that we are in a place where we are protected from it. When we hear rain falling on a surface above us, the brain interprets this as evidence of shelter. We are dry. we are enclosed, the elements are outside, and we are within. This simple distinction, inside and outside, shelter and exposure, is one of the most fundamental categories of human experience. It is written into us at a level far below language. A child in a blanket fort understands it instinctively. So does a traveler who steps into a warm inn after hours on a cold road. So does anyone who has ever sat by a window and watched a storm with a feeling of deep, inexplicable peace. We do not need to be taught this feeling. We are born knowing it. And it is not only the sound that soothes us, it is the dimming of light that accompanies heavy cloud cover, the way the world outside becomes muted and soft, reducing the visual complexity that our brains must process. On a bright, clear day, the world demands our attention. There are details and distances and movements that the eye is drawn to, that the mind must interpret and respond to. But when the rain falls and the clouds lower and the world beyond our windows becomes a wash of grey and green, the mind is given permission to rest. The horizon closes in. The world becomes smaller. And in that smaller world, we find room to breathe more slowly, to think more gently, to let go of the constant watchfulness that bright, clear days seem to require of us. Thunder, too, plays its part in this ancient choreography of comfort. A distant rumble of thunder, heard from within the safety of a warm room, is one of nature's great paradoxes. A sound of immense power that, in the right context, produces not fear, but reassurance. The thunder tells us that the storm is real, that the forces beyond our walls are vast and wild and ancient, and in doing so, it makes the shelter feel more complete, more necessary, more deeply good. Without the storm, the shelter is merely a room. With the storm, it becomes a sanctuary. The storm gives the shelter its meaning, just as the cold gives warmth its meaning. just as the dark gives light its meaning. The philosopher Gaston Bachelard wrote beautifully about this in his meditation on the house as a place of shelter and dreaming. He observed that the house takes on its fullest meaning when it is set against the hostility of the weather. The wind and the rain and the cold are not enemies, but collaborators in the creation of comfort. They are what give the fire its warmth, the blanket its softness, the walls their strength and purpose. Without them, these things are merely objects. With them, they become acts of care. The house in a storm is not just a structure, it is an embrace. Consider the fire in a room on a mild evening. A fire is pleasant. It is decorative. It adds atmosphere and a certain charm. But place that same fire in a room while a storm rages outside, while the rain drums on the roof and thunder rolls across the sky, and it is transformed entirely. It becomes essential. It becomes a gathering point, a source of heat and light that stands in direct and beautiful opposition to the cold and dark beyond the walls. Every crack and pop of the burning wood becomes a small declaration. You are warm. You are safe. You are home. And the ear that hears these sounds, the body that feels this warmth, responds with a gratitude that goes deeper than words. This is why, across cultures and centuries, human beings have gathered around fires during storms, not merely for warmth, though warmth is part of it, but for the feeling that the fire creates. A fire watched during a storm becomes a meditation. The flames move in patterns that the eye can follow, but the mind cannot predict. And in this gentle unpredictability, the thoughts are given permission to wander, and eventually to still. And then there is the matter of sound. The sounds of a storm, heard from within a sheltered place, compose what might be called the oldest lullaby in the world. Rain on the roof, wind in the trees, the occasional crack and roll of thunder, the hiss and pop of a fire. These sounds, together, create a layered tapestry that the brain finds deeply restful. They form a pattern, and the human brain, which spends so much of its waking life scanning for threats and anomalies and things that are out of place, can finally relax in the presence of a pattern that it trusts. The rain will go on falling. The fire will go on crackling. The thunder will go on murmuring. And in this constancy, the mind finds permission to let go. This is perhaps the deepest truth about shelter. It is not merely a physical thing. It is a state of mind, a feeling, a permission that we grant ourselves to stop scanning the horizon and to rest in the present moment. The walls of a house during a storm do not merely keep the rain out. They hold something in. They hold in the warmth, certainly, and the light, and the dry air that our bodies need. But more than that, they hold in a feeling that is as old as our species and as necessary as breath itself. The feeling of being for now, for this moment, for this one precious evening, safe. Hope lowers the book to her lap and lets out a slow breath. The words seem to settle into her like the warmth of the fire, becoming part of the quiet contentment she already feels. She looks at the flames, watching them move in their endless, unhurried dance, and she thinks about what she has just read, about shelter, about safety, about the simple, ancient comfort of being warm and dry, while the world outside is wild and wet. She thinks about how right the author is, that the storm does not diminish the comfort, it creates it. That without the rain and the thunder and the wind, the fire would be merely pleasant. But with them, it is something close to sacred. The light continues to fade now, as the afternoon has given way to evening. The world outside the window has turned from grey to a deep blue, and the trees are only silhouettes against the darkening sky. And as the evening turns to night, and Hope continues to sit in her chair, she eventually realizes that she is tired. Not in a heavy way, not with the exhaustion of effort or worry, but in the way that a long, peaceful day can make you tired. The kind of tiredness that is really just the body saying it has been nourished by rest and is ready for more. It is the tiredness of contentment, the tiredness of a day well spent, doing very little at all. Hope gently lifts Melissa from her lap and sets her on the warm spot she has left on the chair. The cat gives a small chirp of protest, but settles immediately, turning once and tucking her nose beneath her tail. Hope stands and stretches, feeling her body wake from its long stillness, her arms reaching upward, her back arching, and she moves through the cabin with the quiet efficiency of someone who knows every corner of their home by heart, who could navigate it in complete darkness and never put a foot wrong. She fills a glass of water from the kitchen tap and drinks it slowly, tasting the clean, mineral coolness of it. She checks the front door, though she already knows it is latched. She pulls the curtains closed across the living room windows, leaving only a small gap through which the last of the evening light filters in. Fred stirs as she moves past him, lifting his head to watch her with sleepy eyes. His tail wags once, twice, slowly, and then he heaves himself to his feet with a long stretch, his front legs extended, his back arched, a yawn so wide that Hope can see every one of his teeth. He knows the routine. He knows that when Hope moves through the cabin this way, touching things, closing things, the day is drawing to its close. She opens the back door briefly to let Fred step outside into the garden. Then, when he comes back in, she closes the door and she dries Fred's paws with an old towel she keeps by the step. In the bathroom, she washes her face with warm water, feeling the day gently wash away. She brushes her teeth. She changes into her night clothes, the ones that are faded and worn from years of washing. She pulls her hair back from her face and looks at herself in the small mirror above the sink. The face that looks back at her is calm, content, at ease. the face of a woman who has spent the day doing exactly what she wanted to do, which was nothing much at all, and who feels no guilt about it, only gratitude. She walks to her bedroom. The room is small and simple. A single bed with a thick mattress and layers of blankets and quilts in soft muted colors, cream and pale blues, and the faded green of old moss. She climbs into bed. The sheets are cool at first, but they warm quickly around her body, and she pulls the blankets up to her chin, feeling their familiar weight settle over her like an embrace. Layer upon layer of warmth and softness, each one adding to the feeling of being held, being safe, being exactly where she belongs. Hope closes her eyes. She feels the weight of the blankets. She feels the warmth of her companions, Fred and Melissa, now asleep at the foot of her bed. She feels the cabin around her, solid and sure, its old wooden walls, and its sturdy roof, and its small glowing hearth, a shelter built by hands she never knew, for a life she could not have imagined. And now it is hers, and she is its, and they belong to each other completely. The cabin is quiet now, as hope drifts gently, slowly, peacefully into a deep and restful sleep. The storm was still far off when you reached the cabin, though the sky had already started to turn the kind of grey that looks like it's thinking very hard about something. Not a dangerous grey, not the sort that comes in a hurry with cracking thunder and big decisions to make. This was the quiet kind. The heavy blanket sky that gathers and waits, stretching slowly over the mountaintops, like someone pulling up the covers. You'd known it was coming before you'd even seen it. The air had changed in the afternoon, gone still and thoughtful, as if it were pausing for breath. And now, with the last bit of the uphill path behind you, and the cabin only a few steps away, you could feel it for certain in your chest, that something big and soft was on the way. Now, the cabin was not large, but it didn't need to be. It had been built long ago by someone with more care than money, more sense than fuss, and a deep belief in strong corners and small comforts. The wood had darkened with age and rain, and the windows were framed by shutters that had never slammed in the wind, not once. The door, when you pushed it open, gave the sort of creak that wasn't unfriendly, more like a nod of recognition from someone who had been waiting patiently all day just to see you again. Inside, the air smelled of pine and dry wool and something warm, like bread baked last week and still remembered. The walls were close, in the best possible way, the kind of closeness that makes you feel held, supported. The floor was solid and uneven in all the right places, as though the wood had shifted slightly over the years to better match the shape of tired feet. There was already a fire laid, not burning yet, but with the kindling tucked just so, and the logs stacked in that lovely pyramid way that lets you know someone was thinking ahead for you. You took your coat off and hung it on the hook by the door, the one with the carved bear above it. You hadn't carved the bear, and you didn't know who had, but it had been there every time, waiting quietly. Its little round ears were smoothed from years of glances, and it looked as pleased as always to have company again. You stepped out of your shoes, left them neatly beside the door on the mat that had once been a potato sack, and walked in your socks to the chair by the fire. The chair was wide and low, and had arms worn smooth from decades of elbows. The cushion dipped in the middle like a spoon, and when you sat down, it sighed a little, not in protest, but in relief. You felt the storm pressing closer now, like a yawn held at the back of the throat. You picked up a match and struck it against the box. The sound tiny and neat, and held it to the corner of the paper under the logs. The fire caught with the smallest of whispers, not a roar, not a fuss, just a steady breath of warmth that grew slowly as the storm finally arrived. The rain started on the roof like it always did, One drop, then two, then a gentle patter, as though someone had begun drumming their fingers across the ceiling with careful rhythm. You leaned back into the chair and listened. There was nothing else to do. And what a lovely thing that was. No calls to make, no tasks to finish, no bags to pack, no need to explain anything to anyone. The rain deepened to a steady hush. The deep noise like distant applause from a polite audience that never wanted the show to end. You reached down to the basket beside the chair and pulled out the thick blanket that always lived there. It was the color of oatmeal and slightly lumpy in the middle, as all the best blankets are. It held the faintest scent of cedar and dust and remembered sleep. You tucked it over your legs and let it rest heavy on your shins. That was when the wind arrived, slow and low, moving around the cabin like a curious animal, sniffing the corners. It didn't whistle. It didn't rattle. This was a deep, grown-up wind of old forests and distant valleys. It touched the walls with a kind of weight, as though it had brought news from elsewhere and wanted to tell it gently, with no urgency at all. The fire crackled now, and the logs settled in on themselves, like old friends, murmuring about something half forgotten. You looked around the room, taking in all the things that hadn't changed since your last visit. The enameled teapot on the shelf, with its little chip near the handle. The rug that never lay flat in the corner, but tried its best. The brass oil lamp on the table, with the chimney smudged at the top from the time you forgot to trim the wick. These were things that didn't demand attention. They simply waited to be noticed, and, once noticed, made the room feel more like home than any home you'd ever had. The storm never burst, It never shouted. It just was. A steady surround of sound that came not from any one direction, but it was just there. It was a cozy storm, a friendly storm, and as it went on outside, you felt your shoulders let go of something, not dramatically, just enough. A small loosening, like the untying of a knot you didn't know was there. Then you stood for a moment, stretching your legs, and padded over to the little bookshelf under the window. It wasn't much of a shelf, just a length of timber nailed between two stumps of tree. But it had always held the right number of books. Not too many. Not too few. You ran your finger along the spines, feeling the familiar dips and ridges in the old cloth covers. There were some titles you'd read more than once, and others that you never quite got round to. And one book, slightly taller than the others, with a faded green cover and no name on the spine, that seemed, for reasons you didn't question, to be the one you were meant to pick up tonight. You brought it back to the chair and opened it carefully. The pages had yellowed just slightly, but the paper was still soft, and the ink, though faded, was as legible as ever. The first page had no title, only a line handwritten in blue ink at the top. For anyone who has forgotten that they are part of the world, not separate from it. That was enough to make you stay with it. You turned to the second page and began to read. The storm hummed on around you. The fire crackled softly, and the weight of the blanket sat warm on your knees. You read in silence, but I will read it for you now, as if it were in your own voice, gently unfolding inside your mind. The trees do not worry about who they are becoming. They do not measure their growth in inches or seasons. They grow because growing is what they do. Slowly, quietly, year after year, they reach for the light. And when the storm comes, they do not panic. They sway. They bend. They let the wind move through them. And when it passes, they are still there, not unchanged, but still standing. The moss does not mind the rain. In fact, it welcomes it. It grows thicker, deeper, greener when the clouds linger. The moss knows that comfort is not always warmth, and growth is not always seen. Sometimes the best things happen when the world seems still and grey. Even the mountains, those enormous, silent things, are not untouched by time. They are not symbols of strength because they never break, but because they endure, because they have learned to be patient, because they have seen storms like this 1,000 times and never once doubted the sun would return. There is peace in the storm if you let it be there. It will not arrive with fanfare. It will not make you promises. Let it rain. Let it rumble. You are indoors. You are safe, and the world is still turning as it always has. You are not apart from this. You are not the observer. You are not the problem to be solved, or the interruption to be managed. You are part of the weather, and the forest, and the quiet breath of the earth. You are just another good and ordinary thing trying to rest. And nature, in its soft and endless kindness, would very much like to let you do so. You closed the book slowly. Not because you were done with it, but because it had said enough for now. You placed it gently on the table beside your chair, next to the lamp, and leaned back once again. The storm was still going. The fire was still crackling. And you felt the muscles in your back soften. You felt your jaw loosen. You hadn't noticed how tightly you'd been holding yourself until now. Until the letting go began. The fire popped once more and then settled. A log shifted slightly and found its place. You adjusted the blanket higher on your chest and let your feet stretch out fully. It occurred to you, not as a thought, but as a kind of sensation, that nothing needed to be finished tonight. No problems solved, no plans made. The world could do without your effort for a few hours. It would keep going. The rain would fall. The trees would drink. The stars would wait. And the cabin would hold. There was a mug of tea on the table now. You lifted it slowly, carefully, and took a sip. It tasted of cardamom and chamomile and something else. Something hard to name but familiar. Outside, the wind brushed along the walls again. Not tapping, not asking, just passing by. You imagined it wandering down the valley, across the river, through the trees, never hurried, never harsh. The kind of wind that knows every roof, every chimney, every mountain pass by heart. You leaned your head to one side and let it rest against the back of the chair. The cushion gave a little, holding your weight like a friend with wide shoulders. Your eyes closed, just enough to dim the room. The light from the lamp flickered slightly, but never dimmed. You breathed in and let it go. The breath moved through you like the wind through the trees. Slow, steady, certain. You didn't count the seconds. You didn't measure the depth It wasn't that kind of breath. It was the kind that asked nothing and gave everything. You closed your eyes fully now. You didn't plan to. It simply happened. The cabin hummed around you. The fire's glow softened. The storm breathed deeper. You let yourself feel the full weight of your body, wrapped and warm, with the sound of the rain above and the old wood below. You thought faintly about the people who had built the cabin, about their hands, their tools, their care. About how they had made something that could hold you long after they were gone. And you felt, without needing words for it, thankful. The storm never stopped. It didn't need to. But something inside you did. And it did. Gently. Entirely. You let go. And you slept. The cabin sat a little apart from everything else, tucked into the slope of the mountains, as if it had been placed there and then quietly forgotten. Its walls were dark with age, the wood marked by decades of weather, hands, and seasons. Outside, the alpine night was restless. Wind moved through the trees with purpose. The rain struck the roof in steady bursts, sometimes light, sometimes insistent, as though testing the strength of the place. Inside, the cabin felt held together by warmth and habit. Thick wooden beams crossed the ceiling, and the floor carried the soft, dull shine of many years of use. A fire burned in the hearth, not large, but confident, the kind that knows it will last the night. Each small crack and pop from the logs felt measured, unhurried, answering the noise of the storm without trying to compete with it. Beyond the windows of the cabin, darkness pressed close, broken only by the suggestion of trees and the slope of the land falling away. The woman sat in a low chair near the fire, her feet tucked beneath her, a blanket resting loosely across her legs. She had lived with this place long enough to know its sounds, to recognize which creaks belonged to the building and which came from the wind. Her posture was easy, unguarded, as if she had nowhere else she needed to be, and nothing else she needed to prepare for. On the small table beside her was a journal, its cover worn smooth at the edges. She reached for it without ceremony, lifting it with both hands, feeling its familiar weight. For a moment, she didn't open it. She simply held it there, listening to the fire, the rain, and the cabin settling into the night. Then she opened the journal carefully, the spine giving a small, familiar resistance. The pages were thinner than she remembered, slightly yellowed, carrying the faint smell of paper that had been handled many times and then left alone for years. Near the top of one page was a date, written neatly, with the confidence of someone who believed the day deserved to be recorded. April 14th, 1973. I woke up early again, even though I don't need to. The noise comes in through the window before my alarm has a chance. Cars, voices, someone shouting to someone else across the street. I still can't believe this is where I live now. I lay there for a while, just listening, staring at the ceiling, thinking, this is New York, and I am here, and today is mine to use however I want. I walked down to the corner to get coffee, holding the cup with both hands because it was still cold out. People moved past me like they had somewhere important to be. And somehow, that made me feel important too. Just being among them. A man was selling newspapers and humming to himself. A woman in a long coat was arguing cheerfully with the shop owner about the price of oranges. Everything felt busy, but not rushed, like the city was awake and stretching. I spent most of the morning walking. I didn't have a destination, which felt like a luxury. I crossed streets just because they looked interesting. I stood still at corners and watched the lights change, watched people wait, and then surge forward together. There's something comforting about that. Strangers all agreeing to move at the same time. I felt like I was learning how to belong without anyone teaching me. In the afternoon, I went into a bookstore and stayed far longer than I meant to. The shelves were tall and close together, and the floor creaked when anyone walked by. I picked up books I couldn't afford and read the first few pages anyway. No one bothered me. I liked that. I liked being left alone in a place full of words and quiet thoughts, even though the street outside was anything but quiet. Later, I took the subway for no reason other than to see where it would take me. Underground, everything felt different. The sound of the train coming was loud and sudden, and then gone again. people sat with their arms folded, their eyes distant, as if each of them was carrying a private world that stayed intact, no matter where the train went. I wondered what their days looked like. I wondered if they ever felt as amazed as I did, or if this all felt ordinary to them now. By the time evening came, my feet ached, and I didn't mind at all. I bought a slice of pizza and ate it standing up, watching the street through the window. The sky had darkened, but the city didn't slow down. Lights came on, one by one. Offices, apartments, signs buzzing softly. It felt like being inside something alive, something much bigger than me. And somehow, that didn't make me feel small. I thought about home for a moment, about the cabin, about my parents, about how quiet it must be there at this hour. I felt a little tug of missing it, but it didn't hurt. It was just a gentle pull, like remembering a room you used to sleep in. I'm glad that part of my life exists, and I'm glad this one does too. It feels like I've stepped into my own future, even if I don't know what it looks like yet. Tonight, as I write this, I'm tired in the best way. My window is open a crack, and I can hear music from somewhere nearby, mixed with traffic and voices. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but that doesn't worry me. Right now, it feels like being here is enough. She turns the page again, finding another entry written with the same steady care. The date sat at the top, underlined once. May 6th, 1973. The morning light came in soft and pale today, slipping between the buildings and landing on the tops of parked cars. I stood at the window longer than I meant to, watching people step out into the street, adjusting coats, checking pockets, already half lost in their own thoughts. There's something comforting about seeing everyone begin again at the same time, even though we're all going in different directions. I walked most of the day, past shop windows where dresses hung perfectly still, past cafes where the doors were propped open and voices drifted out. At one corner, an older man was painting a sign by hand, dipping his brush carefully, wiping it on a rag each time. I stopped to watch, and he nodded once without smiling, like this was just part of the city's daily business. I liked that no one rushed him. In a small park, I sat on a bench and ate an apple, while pigeons gathered with their usual confidence. A woman nearby read a paperback, turning pages slowly, as if she had nowhere else to be. Somewhere behind me, a radio played softly, a song I didn't recognize, but felt like I should. The air was warm enough that I forgot my coat was still folded across my arm. I went indoors for a while in the afternoon, ducking into a building to escape a brief burst of rain. While I was there, I filled out the last form and handed it over without much ceremony. I'm officially enrolled in my course now. Film. I'm going to study film. It feels strange to write that down, like saying it too clearly might make it wobble. But it's done. I walked back out onto the street with the paper tucked into my bag. The city carrying on exactly as it had before. Later, on the subway home, I watched my reflection move in the darkened window between stations. The train rocked gently, and everyone swayed together without thinking about it. I imagined myself sitting in a classroom soon, learning how to frame things, how to notice moments before they disappear. The idea slipped into my thoughts easily, like it had been waiting for the right place to land. This evening, the city felt tired in a good way. Lights came on slowly, one floor at a time. I bought bread and ate it walking, crumbs falling without consequence. Nothing today felt dramatic, and that's worth noting. Things are happening quietly underneath the days. I think that's how I want it to be. She let a few more pages pass, stopping at one that had been written more quickly, the lines closer together, as if the days had begun to fill themselves more fully. September 18th, 1973. The city looks different now that I'm paying closer attention to it. Or maybe it's always looked like this, and I've just learned how to see it. Mornings begin with the walk to class. The pavement still damp in places. The air carrying that mix of yesterday and something new. Students gather outside the building, talking over one another, holding notebooks and cups of coffee like small anchors. Today we were sent out with our cameras again. No instructions beyond noticing. I was paired with someone from my class, a quiet man with thoughtful eyes and a habit of adjusting his lens even when there was nothing in front of him yet. We didn't talk much at first. We walked side by side, letting the city decide our route for us. We filmed ordinary things, a woman waiting at a bus stop, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. A shopkeeper sweeping the same small patch of pavement over and over. Sunlight falling across the steps of a brownstone, then slipping away as clouds passed. Holding the camera made everything feel slower, heavier, as if each moment had been given permission to exist on its own. In the afternoon, we went into a gallery as part of the assignment. The rooms were quiet, the walls pale, the footsteps careful. I stood in front of one painting longer than I needed to, watching how people approached it and then moved on. I felt something settle in me there, a calm certainty that this was the right place to be, that this way of looking at things wasn't a phase or a whim. The walk back, we talked more about films we'd seen, about scenes we couldn't forget, about why certain images stay with you long after the story fades. The conversation felt easy, unforced, like it had been waiting for the space to happen. When we parted ways at the station, I noticed the absence of the camera in my hands more than I expected. Tonight, as I write this, my head feels full in a quiet way, not crowded, just awake. The city outside my window carries on, but I feel a little removed from it, like I'm watching from behind glass. I think something important has begun, though I couldn't say exactly what it is yet. I only know that I'm paying attention in a new way, and it feels like coming home to myself. She closed the journal gently and decided to take a little break from reading. She rested it on the table beside her, keeping one hand on the cover for a moment longer than necessary. The fire had burned down slightly while she was reading. The flames lower now. Outside, the storm leaned into the cabin again. The low rumble of thunder in the distance. Rain brushing the walls. She stood and crossed the room, taking a log from the small stack by the hearth. When she placed it onto the fire, it caught slowly. First a thin line of flame, then a deeper glow as it settled into place. The sound remained consistent. She watched until she was sure it would hold, then stepped back. From a shelf near the window, she took down 2 candles and lit them, one after the other. Their light was small but enough, warming the corners of the room the fire didn't quite reach. She set them carefully, moving with the ease of someone who has done these things many times before without thinking about them. In the kitchen nook, she filled the kettle and set it on to heat. The familiar sounds followed. The quiet beginning, the gradual rise. While she waited, she looked out through the window. Rain streaked the glass, blurring the dark shapes of the mountains beyond. Occasionally, a gust of wind pushed harder, and the trees answered back. She poured the hot water, carried the cup back to her chair, and sat down again. The cabin felt full now of firelight, sound and warmth. She wrapped her hands around the mug and listened, letting the storm continue without her. And then, She picked up her journal again and began to read. October 3rd, 1975. We're away from the city for a few days, and I didn't realize how much I needed this until we got here. The drive itself felt like part of it, leaving the buildings behind, watching the roads widen and then narrow again. Trees leaned closer as we went, their leaves already turning, falling in small groups along the edges of the road. Everything slowed without asking permission. We're staying in a modest place, nothing fancy, but the windows look out onto hills and long stretches of quiet. In the mornings, the air feels sharper, cleaner somehow. We walk with our hands in our pockets, breathing in, saying very little. Sometimes that feels better than talking. The days don't seem to require much from us here. He drove most of the way, humming to the radio, tapping the wheel in time without noticing. I watched the road and thought about how strange it is that someone can move from being a classmate to being the person you sit beside like this, sharing snacks, sharing silence. It didn't happen all at once. It just became true, slowly. And now it feels settled. Yesterday we stopped near a small town and wandered without a plan. There were shop windows filled with things no one urgently needed. We bought coffee and sat on a bench, watching people pass with bags and dogs and folded coats over their arms. He took out the camera at one point and filmed a few moments. Nothing special, just light moving through trees and the way the street curved away. In the afternoons, we drive a little more, then stop again. Fields open up unexpectedly. and we pull over just to look. The land feels wide and patient. I find myself noticing how full everything seems, even the quiet parts, especially the quiet parts. At night, we eat simply and sit close together, reading or talking about nothing important. I feel rested in a way I didn't know I was missing. Being away from the city hasn't made me miss it less, but it's made me appreciate the shape of my life more clearly. As I write this, he's asleep already, breathing evenly. The room calm around us. I feel grateful without needing a reason. Things feel open and bright, as if the days ahead are willing to meet me halfway. I don't need to hold on to this feeling. Just noticing it seems enough. She turned to another entry. The paper here is smoother from being handled more often. May 12th, 1979. The morning opened gently, warm already. The kind of spring day that makes the city feel cooperative. Windows were open everywhere. Someone played music a few floors down, and the sound drifted up in pieces, never quite finishing a song. I walked to the set early, coffee in hand, enjoying the simple fact of moving through familiar streets with a reason to be there. We were filming on a quiet block, nothing dramatic, just people passing, light shifting across brick and pavement. The crew moved calmly, setting up without fuss. I stood back for a moment and watched it all come together. The camera finding its place, someone adjusting a jacket, someone else checking the sound. It felt ordinary in the best way, like work that had grown naturally out of days spent paying attention. I caught myself smiling more than once, not because anything special was happening, but because everything felt aligned. The scene was small, simple, just a moment of life unfolding, and that was enough. I gave a few quiet instructions, listened more than I spoke, trusted the rhythm of it. The city seemed to offer what we needed, without effort. At some point, he appeared beside me, handing me a sandwich I'd forgotten I'd asked for. We're married now, and it still surprises me sometimes how easily that word fits. He stayed for a while, watching, making a small joke under his breath that made me laugh at exactly the wrong moment. It steadied me more than he knows. As the afternoon light softened, we wrapped up without ceremony. I walked home, feeling pleasantly tired, thinking about dinner, about the next day's shoot, about nothing in particular. New York carried on around me, just as it always has. Tonight, as I write this, I feel quietly content. I'm doing the work I hoped I would, with the life I've built alongside it. And that feels like more than enough for one day. She turned several pages at once this time. August 27th, 1989. The house is quiet in that rare way it only gets before a journey. The children are asleep, their doors pulled almost closed, and the morning light is just beginning to reach the tops of the trees outside. Living here still feels like a gift I didn't know to ask for. Being close to my parents' cabin, surrounded by land that breathes more slowly than the city ever did. I packed last night, folding clothes carefully. In a few hours I'll be on a plane to Los Angeles. It still sounds strange to write that. A new film, a large one, with more people involved than I can quite picture yet. I feel ready for it in a calm way. The way you feel ready for something when it's grown naturally from everything before it. He made coffee this morning without turning on many lights, moving around the kitchen quietly so he wouldn't wake the kids. We stood together for a moment by the window, mugs in our hands, watching the day come in. I caught my reflection beside his and felt a deep, steady warmth. Loving him has become something simple and constant, like breathing. It's not something I think about often, because it's always there. He walked me out to the car, one arm around my shoulders, the other balancing a bag that wasn't his to carry. We didn't say much. We never need to. I know he's proud of me, and he knows I'll miss him, even before I realize it myself. That understanding sits between us easily, without needing to be spoken. As I write this, waiting to leave, I feel full rather than pulled in different directions. This life, the children, the quiet land, the work that still asks things of me, fits together better than I once imagined it could. I'm grateful for where I'm going, but even more grateful for what I'm leaving behind, knowing it will be here when I return. She turned far ahead in the journal, to a place where the pages were less yellowed, more recent. June 11th, 2004. I woke early, as I do now, not because I have to, but because the light finds its way in. The cabin is quiet in the mornings, the kind of quiet that feels earned. This was my parents' place once. Their routines still faintly present in the way the floor sounds underfoot and how the cupboards open. Living here with him feels like a continuation rather than a change, as if the house knows us and has made room. I took my coffee out onto the balcony and sat down without any rush. The air was cool enough to notice, warm enough to enjoy. I closed my eyes for a while and let my breathing settle, listening to the sounds that belong to this place. Birds beginning their work, the distant movement of wind through trees, the cabin holding steady behind me. Nothing asked anything of me, and I stayed there longer than I planned. The rest of the morning passed easily. I moved through the house, tidying small things that didn't truly need tidying, opening windows, letting the day come in. I read a little, wrote a few lines, and stopped. There's a freedom in not having to fill the hours anymore. The children are grown now, building lives on their own, and I can feel that quiet pride that comes from watching something continue without you. In the afternoon, we walked together along the path behind the cabin. We didn't go far. We never do. We talked about simple things. What to cook later. A memory that surfaced without warning. Someone we should write to. Being with him has softened into something deep and steady. There's comfort in knowing how someone walks beside you, how they pause, how they listen. As evening came, we sat inside with the windows open, light fading slowly from the room. He read while I wrote this. The familiar shape of him across from me, grounding the space. The day closed gently, without marking itself as special, and that felt just right. This life is quieter than the ones I imagined, but it fits me now. I feel at home in it, and in myself. She turned to one of the last sections of the journal, where the pages felt almost too clean. The date was there, recent, written carefully, the hand steady, but slower than it once was. September 9th, 2023. The cabin is very quiet now. Not the morning quiet I've always loved, but a deeper one that lasts through the day. I still wake early, still make coffee the same way, still open the same window, but there's no one else moving through the rooms anymore. I notice how sound behaves differently when you're alone. It lingers longer. It doesn't get interrupted. I sat outside for a while today and watched the light move across the trees. This place has carried me through so many versions of myself that it feels almost like a witness. Losing him changed the shape of the days, but not their meaning. I still feel him here, not in a grand way, just in the habits we shared, the spaces we wore into the house together. Sometimes my mind drifts back to the city, New York especially. The noise, the movement, the feeling of stepping into something unknown with a notebook in my bag and no real plan. I can still see certain streets certain faces, certain afternoons that seemed ordinary at the time. Los Angeles feels further away now, like another lifetime. But I remember the movie sets, the quiet focus, the strange calm that came from doing work that mattered to me. I don't miss the pace of those years. I miss the people, the shared purpose, the feeling of building something alongside someone I loved deeply. My career feels complete when I think of it now. It carried me where I needed to go, and then it let me come back. She turned to the final page she intended to fill, smoothing it once with her palm before writing the date slowly, carefully. January 22nd, 2026. The storm arrived before dawn today, strong and sure of itself. Wind pressed against the cabin, rain moving across the roof in long stretches, then pausing, then returning again. I woke early as I usually do, and sat for a while, just listening, letting the morning take shape without interfering. The fire from the night before had faded to embers, and the room felt calm and held. One of the kids came to see me this afternoon. We made soup and talked easily. I watched her move around the kitchen, so familiar, and yet so clearly her own person now. There was laughter, and also a comfortable silence that didn't need explaining. When she left, the house returned to its quiet, but it didn't feel empty. It felt complete. I spent the rest of the day simply being here. I put more wood on the fire. I made tea. I stood by the window and watched the storm do what storms do, without assigning meaning to it. The mountains disappeared and returned again behind the rain. Time moved gently, without asking me to keep up. As evening settled in, I felt a deep sense of rightness about my life. Things weren't always easy, but everything feels like it was meant to be. The city years, the work, the love, the losses, the long stretches of quiet. I've lived a good life, a full life. And tonight, I'll close this journal soon, knowing that I don't have to add anything more. I am here. The fire is steady. The storm continues outside. And that is enough. She closed the journal and set it back on the table. The fire crackled softly. The storm moved on through the night, and the cabin rested just as it always had. You are in a cabin, and it's snowing outside. The fire is crackling, and you feel deeply at peace. You're with someone who means a lot to you, and the two of you are settling into this moment of solitude, this moment of far-awayness right now, together. The person that is with you can be someone who is currently in your life, or someone who is no longer with you. That's up to you. You sit there quietly, aware of the soft rhythm of the fire as it settles into itself. Every so often, a small crack or shift, a gentle reminder that something warm and steady is alive in the room with you. Outside, the snow continues to fall, patient and unhurried. as though it has all the time in the world. Good. You notice the way the light from the fire reaches out across the room, touching the edges of things, the arm of the chair, the grain of the wooden floor, the side of the table beside you. A nice, quiet glow that lets everything be exactly as it is. And beside you, your person is there. You don't even need to look at them. You can if you want, but you can just feel them there, the presence of them, familiar, easy. As though no time has passed at all since you've last been with them. Or perhaps it feels as though time has stopped right now, and you are both in this moment for as long as you want to be. Good. Maybe you're sitting close enough that your arms rest lightly beside one another. Or maybe there's just a small space between you, a comfortable distance that still feels shared. Either way, there's no need to fill it. No need to say anything. The fire continues. Outside, the snow gathers on the window ledge, building slowly, softly, without effort. You might notice the faintest sound of it, or maybe not even that. Just the sense of a world becoming quieter with every passing moment. And here, inside, in this cozy, peaceful cabin, everything feels held. Good. There's nothing you need to do now. Nothing to figure out. Nothing to become. Just this moment. Just this quiet cabin, wrapped in snow, and the two of you sharing it. Good. Maybe there's a blanket nearby. You might feel its weight across your lap or around your shoulders, adding to that sense of being supported, of being looked after in a very simple, human way. And again, beside you, they are still there, not asking anything of you, not needing anything from you, just being here. You might notice a small detail, the way their hand rests, or the way their breathing moves, slow and steady, familiar in its own way, comforting, without needing to explain why. And you realize there's a quiet understanding between you that this moment is enough, that being here together like this is enough. Good. You remain sitting exactly where you are, feeling supported, feeling warm, feeling at ease. And outside, the snow continues to fall. You reach over and press play on an audiobook, and the two of you sit there, listening. It seems to be an audiobook of letters written a long time ago between two people. January 12th, 1878. A cabin near Lake Erie, Sweden. My dear Eric, the snow has been falling without pause since early this morning, and by now the path from the door has almost disappeared entirely. I stepped out for a short while after midday, just to clear enough space to walk a few paces from the cabin, but it felt unnecessary to go any further than that. There is something about days like this that makes the world feel very contained, as though everything I need is already here, and anything beyond it can wait. I kept the fire going steadily throughout the afternoon. It burns well when given a bit of attention, though I've learned not to interfere too much once it finds its rhythm. I sat beside it for some time, after bringing in a small armful of wood, listening to the way it settles into itself. I made a simple meal just before the light began to fade. Nothing worth describing in detail, though it tasted better for having been prepared slowly. I ate near the window, watching the snow gather along the ledge, each layer softening the one beneath it. I thought of you then, not in any heavy way, just the quiet sense of you being somewhere much like this, perhaps doing something just as ordinary. It felt close in a way that surprised me. Do you remember that evening we spent in your cabin, when the storm came in suddenly, and we had to bring all the wood inside at once? You insisted we had enough already, and we ended up laughing at how quickly we were proven wrong. I thought of that as I stood at the door today, brushing the snow from my coat before stepping back inside. It would be good to sit like that again. This place is peaceful. I find I need very little here. And yet, there is a part of me that wonders how it might feel if your cabin were just beyond the trees, within walking distance, so that a day like this could be shared rather than imagined. I will write again soon, Anna. January 19th, 1878. A cabin in the forests near Rorish, Norway. Anna, your letter reached me this morning, carried in with the supply sled, just before the weather turned again. I read it by the fire not long after, while the kettle was beginning to warm. It has been colder here these past few days, the kind of cold that settles into the wood of the cabin and stays there. I've kept the fire going as best I can, though it takes a bit more work to keep the room comfortable. Still, once it catches properly, it holds well enough. I went out early to bring in more wood. The snow here has packed down harder than what you described, and it holds your weight for a few steps before giving way. I nearly lost my footing once or twice, though nothing came of it. Most of the day has been spent indoors. There are small things to tend to, as always, though none that require any great effort. I've found myself moving through them more slowly than usual, without really meaning to. Your mention of that evening at my cabin stayed with me. I remember it clearly, the way the wind picked up so quickly, and how we stood at the door, trying to decide whether we needed more wood or not. You were right, of course. We always seem to think we have enough until we don't. I remember, too, how we sat after, saying very little, just listening to the storm move around us. It did not feel like waiting for anything, just being there. I thought of that again this evening, as the light began to go. This cabin is quiet in a way that suits me. There is a steadiness to it that makes the days pass easily enough. But reading your letter, I found myself wishing, just briefly, that the distance between here and where you are was not quite so great. Not for any grand reason, just so that on a day like today, I might walk a little way through the snow and find your door at the end of it. I will send this with the next passing sled. Eric. You remain there, the fire low and steady, the snow continuing its quiet fall, and the voice returns once more. January 25th, 1878. My dear Eric, the snow has eased a little today, though the world remains as though it has been gently closed in. I stepped outside just before the light faded, just to stand for a moment and take in the stillness of it. There are times when it feels as though the quiet here has a presence of its own, not empty, not lacking, a full presence, a presence that asks nothing from me. I find I can stand in it for longer than I intend, without any sense of time passing. I brought in more wood after that, brushing the snow from each piece before setting it down by the fire. It's become a small habit of mine to take a bit of care with these things, even when there's no real need. It feels right to do so. I made something warm to eat and sat near the fire as the evening settled in. There was a moment, just as the light disappeared completely, when the room felt especially still. It felt held, and in that moment, I missed you. It felt like there is a space here that belongs to you. And in your absence, I can feel it without needing to look for it. I found myself thinking of the way you used to sit, slightly turned toward the fire, as though listening to it more than watching it, and how, without speaking, it always felt as though we were sharing something understood. Do you remember the morning after that long storm, when everything outside had changed? We opened the door, and the snow had nearly reached the threshold. You stepped out first, testing the ground, and turned back with that small look that meant, "We'll manage." I think of that often. It's a simple memory, but it stays with me in a way I cannot quite explain. This cabin is peaceful. I move through the days easily here, and I find a kind of quiet contentment in the rhythm of it all. But there are moments, like this evening, when I imagine how it might feel if your footsteps were just outside, approaching through the snow. would open the door before you reached it. I wish you well, and I hope you're okay, Anna. February 1st, 1878. Anna, your last letter has remained with me in a way I did not expect. I have read it more than once, though not out of any need to understand it further, only to sit with it again, as one might return to a familiar place. The weather has been steady here. No heavy snowfall, but enough that the ground remains covered, and the air carries that quiet weight that comes with it. I went out earlier today to follow the edge of the tree line. Not far, just enough to feel the cold before returning. There were tracks in the snow I could not place, small, deliberate, crossing the path and disappearing again into the trees. I stood there for a while, longer than was necessary, considering where they might have come from and where they were going. It felt like a kind of company, even if I could not see it. I returned to the cabin and set about the usual things. The fire needed tending, and I took more care with it than I might have before. Your words have had that effect, it seems. I notice small things differently now. There was a moment this evening, as I sat down with something warm to drink, when the room felt as though it had settled completely. It felt complete in its own way. And yet, in that same moment, I felt the absence of you more clearly than I have before. Not as a lack exactly, more as a presence that is not here. It is difficult to describe. I remembered very clearly the way you would open the door without waiting for me to knock, as though you had already known I was there. I had not thought of that in some time, and yet it came back without effort. I find myself thinking now, not of the distance between us as something fixed, but as something that could be crossed, not quickly, not easily, but simply crossed. There is a path between here and where you are. I know that much. And on a day like today, it does not seem impossible to imagine walking it. This place remains steady. It asks very little of me, and gives enough in return. But I have begun to understand that there are certain things it cannot provide, no matter how quiet or complete it may feel. I will send this with the next sled. Eric. You let the words of the letters settle, not needing to hold on to them, just allowing them to drift softly into the background, like the last sound of a page being turned. And gradually, your attention returns here to this room, to the gentle, steady warmth of the fire. Good. You notice the quiet again. The real quiet. Not empty, but full. The soft crackle of the fire. The faint hush of snow continuing beyond the window. The way everything feels held. And beside you, your person is still there. Close. Easy. There is no need to speak, no need to move, just the quiet understanding of sharing this space together. Good. You might notice how your body has softened without you really realizing it. The way your shoulders rest more heavily now. The way your hands have become still. The chair or the floor beneath you, supporting you without effort. Nothing is required of you. You've already arrived. Perhaps without much thought, You shift slightly closer to them. A shared blanket, or the simple warmth of being near. The kind of closeness that doesn't need to be acknowledged to be felt. It's enough just to be here, together. The fire continues its quiet rhythm, a soft settling, a gentle movement of light across the room, shadows shifting slowly, part of the calm, steady pulse of the evening. And your breathing begins to slow. Good. You might feel your eyes growing heavier now, or your focus softening. The edges of the room becoming less defined as your awareness turns inward, gently, naturally. There's nothing to hold on to, nothing to keep track of. Just this warmth, this quiet, this shared presence. Good. Maybe you both decide, without words, to settle more comfortably, stretching out just slightly, leaning back, or allowing yourselves to rest more fully where you are. The blanket pulled a little closer. The fire still there, steady and safe. There's no rush to go anywhere else. Sleep can come here. Good. And as you rest, you might notice the faint rhythm of the other person beside you. Their breathing slow and even. A quiet reassurance that you are not alone. Even as everything begins to drift. It's a very simple thing, but it matters. Outside, the snow continues to fall, just as it has all evening. Unchanged, unhurried. The world beyond the cabin, growing softer, quieter, further away. And here, inside, you let yourself follow that same gentle descent. No effort, just allowing. Good. And slowly, together, you both drift towards sleep. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle, and it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here this moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily, The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe warm and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth in this room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been made with care, and it cares for you now. The snow outside asks nothing of you. It simply falls, and you can rest. There is nowhere else you need to be but here. This moment is enough, exactly as it is. The mountains beyond the window stand quietly, steady and unchanged. You are allowed to soften in their presence. The night is calm, and it welcomes your rest. Every sound here is gentle, familiar, and safe. The quiet around you is something you can lean into. The fire continues without your effort. You can let go. Your body knows how to settle when it is safe. The warmth around you reaches you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. You can rest into the support beneath you. The snow outside is building slowly, softly, just as your rest is. Nothing in this moment is urgent. The night moves at a slower pace, and you can follow it. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to do nothing at all. The person beside you is here, and that is enough. You are not alone in this quiet. There is a shared warmth between you, steady and unspoken. You can relax more deeply because you are together. There is nothing you need to explain or say. The cabin holds both of you easily. The firelight reaches you both in the same gentle way. This space was made for moments like this. You are exactly where you are meant to be tonight. Everything here feels settled because it is. Your breathing can slow without effort. The rhythm of the fire can carry you deeper into rest. The quiet outside mirrors the quiet within you. You do not need to follow your thoughts. They can pass on their own. You can drift without holding on to anything. The snow continues, whether you watch it or not. The world beyond this cabin can wait. You are allowed to step away from everything else. This is your time to be held and to rest. Nothing from outside can reach you here. The warmth This room belongs to you. The stillness here is something you can trust. You are supported by everything around you. You can let your body grow heavier now. There is no need to stay awake any longer. The fire will continue as you rest. The snow will continue as you sleep. The person beside you will remain close. You can drift, knowing everything is steady. You are safe, warm, and deeply at ease here. You are safe in this cabin, held by its walls and its warmth. The fire beside you has been